Okay, if you haven't received any email from no reply at sage1.my, also you can register for Sage Business Cloud Accounting by logging to our website pwholdings.lk. And you can click free trial. You can enter your details. If you are in Asia, you can select Malaysia. You can enter your company name, first name, last name, mobile number, email address and password, and enter this access code. And you can select, these are not optional. You can select any Excel or, and like this, you can select that what you currently use and uses years in business, and tick this I accept the terms and condition and sign up. Then again you will receive a mail from Sage Business Cloud Accounting, and you can confirm and you can log into the system. Okay, you can type accounting.sage1.asia, and you need to enter your email address and password, and you can log into the system. Okay, like that, you can register for that Sage Business Cloud Accounting trial version. And then we will move to how to set up your company settings. Okay, go to company, change company settings. Okay, from here you can enter your company details. First, company details, your company name, telephone number, fax number, mobile, contact name, and postal address and physical address. And there are few options. First one is actually Sage Business Cloud Accounting has special feature. If you are your invoices, quotations, sales orders, or receipts, you can directly email to your customers. Okay, and if you are sending emails, there are two options. Email, use this email for communication, and use no reply accounting.sage1my as from address. Okay, if you tick first option, your all communication emails sent from this email address. And if you select second option, those email will send as no reply at accounting.sage1.my. Okay, and if you want to send your company emails from your company name, you can use this. You can enter email address here. Then that receiver can view your email address. Then there will be a CC. Now, for an example, if your company owner wants to view, or he wants to get a copy of each email you are sending to customers or suppliers, so you can you have that owner has that option. If you want to CC to any other email address, you can type this email address, and you can tick this option, always CC this email address. Okay, then when you are sending an email, this email owner also get an copy. Then after you enter these details, you can save. Now you can enter that you can enter dummy details for your company. Okay, you can take a couple of minutes and you can enter your company details. Okay, next we'll move to additional company information. From here, you can enter statutory information of your company. First, company tax number. If you are a VAT registered company, you may have a VAT number. That VAT number you can enter here. Okay. Then you can enter your company registered name, registration number. Then tax office means if you are paying tax, you are normally pay to Inland Revenue. So that details you can enter here. Then entity type, that is whether your company is a company limited by guarantee, foreign company, limited liability partnership, private limited, public limited, or sole proprietor. From this drop down menu, you can select your entity type. Then you can add your additional company information such as your company city, state, country. Then major industry codes. Actually, this major industry code not using in Sri Lanka, especially in US and other countries use, and they have different code for different industries. And at the moment, Sri Lanka is not using that industry code. And if you are available, you can add industry code from here. You can add code description. And if you want to add any codes, by clicking this plus mark, you can add codes. Okay. After enter this additional company information, you can save. Okay. Now you can enter in your company statutory information. And one more thing, when you are entering these company details and additional information, when you are designing your invoice layouts or your quotation purchase order layouts, you can directly pick those details from this company details and additional company details. In additional company information, these details you can directly link to the invoice layout. We will discuss when we are doing that designing part. And if you want, you can record this lecture series. Okay, next we will move to customer zone. Customer zone is actually it's an additional feature of Sage Business Cloud Accounting. Now, when you are sending emails, I'll show you example. Okay, after you enter an invoice, you can directly email your invoices, quotations, or sales orders to customer. So when you are sending an email, with that email there will be a link, so customer can click that link and they can view that customer invoices, quotations, sales orders, customer receipts, and they can view their outstanding statement or customer statement. So this option is, first you can enable customer zone by ticking this tick box. Okay, if you are tick this customers enable your accounting customer zone, your customers can view their statement online. Okay, if you are untick that customers cannot view their statements. So first, if you are enable your customers on, then there are two options, invoice and quotes. If you take this option, your customers can view only invoices and quotations only. And second option is invoices and account history. And if you select this option, your customers can view their invoices, sales orders, receipts, customer statement, and outstanding invoices, all the transactions they can view. Okay, and first, if you want to enable your customers on, you can tick this option. Then customers can view, and especially they are not logged into a system. When you are sending email, invoice, quotation, or sales order, with that email you can send a link. By clicking that link, customer can log into that customer zone. There's no any password or login details. Just click that link, they can go to customer zone and they can view their invoices and account history. Then display name. From here you can enter that what is the name you want to display in your customer zone. If you enter this name, that name will display in the customer zone. Okay, I'll repeat it again. You can send your invoices, quotations, sales orders, receipts to the directly email to the customer. With that email, you can send a link to the customer. By clicking that link, customer can log into that customer zone and they can view their invoices, quotations, sales orders, receipts, and account transactions. To enable that accounting customer zone, you need to tick here, and there are two options. First one, invoices and quotes only. If you tick this option, customer can view only invoices and quotations. And if you select second option, invoices and account history, the customer can view invoices, quotations, receipts, and account transactions. Okay, then display name. If you type any name here, that name will display in the customer zone. Right. Okay, after change these settings, you can save. There's a question, industry codes not shown in my window. Others, how about others? Actually, it's not required. Sometimes it's not relevant to Sri Lanka. Ms. Nilmini, it's in your screen. Can you view that industry code?
Please wait, Mr. Chandran.
Okay. How about others? You can view industry code screen.
Mr. Sanna, I also cannot see that.
Uh, okay, we will check that one. And okay, next we will move to, we will check and let you know.
Okay.
uh, okay, right. Okay, then next we will move to general settings. First, financial years. Now from here you can enter, you can create your financial years. Now first, in financial year start date, you can start, you can enter that financial year start date, and in financial year end date you can enter financial year end date. Okay, sometimes actually mostly most companies use April to March, 1st of April to 31st of March. Some companies may use the 1st of January to 31st December. According to your company requirement, you can create your financial year from here. Okay, you can select the end date, start date and end date. And you can add any number of financial years from by clicking this add by clicking this plus mark. Okay, and if your financial year start from 1st of April, you can select that into that 1st of April date and financial year. Then if your company financial year date is March 31st, you can select enter that 31st March of and financial year. And I'll explain, there are two situations. First one, you may implement the system for all company, or you may implement the system for new company. If you are implementing the system for new company, you can directly, now for an example, if you are implementing new system, we can enter financial year as 31st 1st April uh, 2020 we can enter here, and financial year end date as 31st March 2021. Okay, if you are uh, implementing the system for new company and your financial year is April to March, you can enter here financial year start date as 1st April 2020, and financial year end date as 31st March 2021. Then if you are implementing the system for all company, then there may be some opening balances such as customer outstanding, supplier outstanding, those things also available. In that case, for an example, you are implementing the system this year, and sometimes your customers has outstanding from 2017 and 2018, like that. There may be some old outstanding invoices. In that case, if you want to maintain those outstanding period from actual date, you need to create financial year from that oldest outstanding invoice date. For an example, uh, if your customer has outstanding in 2017, in that case, you need to create financial year from here, 2017 April, and you need to continue that year frequently, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, you need to create because you have very old outstanding invoices. And you can enter here 2017 1st of April, then you can add another year from here, and you can enter the next year. Likewise, you can change that date, and you can enter, you can add financial years. Okay, then I'll talk a little bit about the practical situation. In some system, you need after the financial year, there may be some year-end processes. You need to take backups, and you need to close that financial year. But in Sage Business Cloud Accounting, there's no such year-end processes. After your financial year ends and next day you log into the system will ask, do you want to create a new financial year? When that message pop-ups, you can click OK, and you can create new financial year. Or else you can manually create financial year by clicking this plus mark. Okay, like this you can create financial years, and you can tick to current financial year. So now we are in 2021 financial year, therefore you need to tick current financial year. Then lockdown date. Now if you tick set a lockdown date, and if you select a date prior to that period, you cannot enter, your users cannot enter any transaction prior to this date. Okay, setting a lockdown date means that no transaction can be processed or edited with a date up to and including this date. Okay, now for control purpose, you can set a lockdown date. Then your users cannot enter or edit any transaction prior to this date. Okay, especially after completing financial audits, you can set a lockdown date, and prior to this date, your users cannot enter any transaction or edit any transaction. Okay, after create financial years, you can save, and now you can take few minutes and you can create a few financial years, and you can set a lockdown date.
Excuse me, Mr. Chandan. We cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry. Now, normally in Sri Lanka, most companies use January, April to March financial year, and some companies or some countries may use January to December, and some countries use uh, October to September. And according to your company requirement, you can set up your financial year. Okay. Next, we will move to rounding. From here, you can round up, round down, normal rounding your company transaction amount. You can select round up from here you can select and type that rounding to nearest. Okay, then your values will be round according to this setup. Okay, if you don't want to rounding up or round down, you can select no rounding, then actual figures will display in the transactions. Then we will move to regional settings. From here, you can enter your quantity decimal places, rupee values, and hourly decimal places, currency symbol, and date format. I'll show you an example. Now, first one is quantity decimal places. Now here quantity decimal places is 2. Now from here you can view there are 2 decimal places available for quantity, and you can set these changes from these quantity decimal places. Now for an example, if you are using you are selling or you are in a trading industry, and you are selling in kilos, you might need to use that 3 decimal places. For an example, that kilo has 3 decimal places for grams. In that case, you can enter 3 here, then system will display 3 decimal places here. And if you are in service industry, uh, sometimes they may not use decimal places. In that case, you can set quantity decimal places as 0, then there's no decimal places for quantity. Then value decimal places. If you enter here 2, then that transaction line, there are 2 decimal places, and if you want to increase or decrease decimal places, you can set up from here. And if you don't want to show cents in these transactions, you can set value decimal places as 0, then it will display only this rupee value only, without if you don't want to show this cents value, you can set value decimal places to 0, then you can view only rupee value only, and that rounding will be happen according to this rounding settings. Next one is hours decimal places. Now there's another option, time tracking. This time tracking module mostly used for security companies and service industry companies. From here you can enter your timesheet, your workers timesheet. For an example, If you are in a security industry, you can enter your security officers working times. From here you can enter. Then from these settings you can set that now here this timesheet you can enter hours and minutes also. Now from these settings you can set if you want to show minutes you can enter 2 decimal places, and if you want to show only hours you can make this as 0. Then here timesheet it will only show hours only. Okay, like this you can set decimal places from these regional settings. Then next one is currency symbol. Now sometimes your company may use rupees or RS, or sometimes you may use LKR. From here you can set whether you want LKR or RS, and if you set LKR you can view your transaction as LKR. If you enter rupees or RS here, system will display RS here. Okay, and there are 3 date formats, DD, MM, YYY. Here, if you want to display date first, month second, year last, you can select this option. Or second option is year first, month second, last date. Then third option, month first, date second, and year last. According to your company requirement, you can select that date format. And also please when you are enter this currency symbol, please enter only that letters. Don't make enter any spaces or dots here. Sometimes there may be system errors will occur. Therefore please enter letters only, that LKR or rupees RS only. Don't enter spaces or full stop here. Okay, when you are implementing the system, please enter only letters here. Now you can enter your regional settings. Okay, next we will move to customer and supplier settings. First option is warn when duplicate customers or customer reference used on customer invoices. That means when you are entering customer invoices, you can enter customer invoice reference number here. Okay, now first option is warn when duplicate customer reference used on customer invoices. Then if you tick on this option, system will pop up and message you are entering duplicate customer reference. Now you can enter customer reference here, and if you are entering same customer reference for another transaction, system will think this is a mistake. So by mistake, and you are entering same reference number, therefore system will pop up and message you are entering duplicate customer reference number. Now sometimes your company or your customers may send same customer reference number. In that case, you can untick this option, then system will not pop up any message. So if your customer sends same reference number for different invoices, you can untick this option. Or if you want to get an alert, if you are by mistake entering same customer reference, you can tick this option, then system will pop up a message. Okay, you are entering a duplicate customer reference number. Then second one is warn when duplicate supplier invoice number used on supplier invoices. Now you can enter supplier invoices from here. And you can enter supplier invoice number here. Now if you are by mistake, or now normally particular customer will not issue same invoice number twice. Therefore now if you are entering same supplier invoice number, system will think it's a mistake, so therefore system will pop up a message. So if you don't want to pop up message, you can untick this option. Or if you want to get an alert, you are entering same, or you are entering duplicate supplier invoice number, you can tick this option. Okay. Third one is display inactive customers for selection when processing. Now sometimes after doing some transactions, sometimes you are not selling to particular customer. Sometimes they are not paying properly, or due to any other reasons, sometimes you are not, or you want to block customers for invoicing. In that case, you can inactive those customers. Okay, I'll show you now. This is A0101 customer. Now this customer, if you untick this option, active option, that customer will inactive. So this third one is display inactive customers for selection when processing. That means if you inactive any customer, and if you want to display that customer for when processing transactions, you can tick this option. Now for an example, normally if you are blocking any customer or inactive any customer, you don't want to process any transaction for that customer. In that case, you can untick this option. Or if you want to select, you want to display those inactive customers when processing transaction, you can tick this option. Okay, now for an example, this customer is inactive. We will go to tax invoice, and we will enter some invoices for that customer. Now here that customer is not shown. Okay, that A0101 customer not shown because we have unticked this option, display inactive customers for selection when processing. We inactive this customer, and that customer will not uh, shown in this drop down menu because we have unticked this option. Okay, then next one is display inactive suppliers for selection when processing. Same thing. You can inactive some suppliers. For an example, that sometimes you are purchasing some supplier, but later you identified that supplier's prices is high. So in that case, you decided to not to purchase from supplier, and you inactive that supplier. Okay, that from this fourth option, you can inactive. You can set that those display inactive suppliers for selection when processing. If you untick this option, those inactive suppliers not shown for supplier transactions such as supplier invoices, supplier purchase orders, those transactions, you cannot select those suppliers. And if you tick this option, you can view when you are processing transaction for that suppliers. Now I'll inactive this supplier AA. Now that a space a supplier will not display. Okay, like that. You can, if you want to block that displaying when processing transaction, you can untick here. Then next one is display inactive customers for selection on reports. Now sometimes you may inactive some customers, but you want to display those customers transactions in reports. Okay, when you are generating reports, now here I'll show you. Now this A0101 customer inactive. If it is active customer, you can see a tick here. This customer is inactive, therefore no tick here. And now this option is display inactive customers for selection on reports. Now when you are click on this drop down menu, you can see that this customer, this inactive customer, you can see. Now this option display inactive customers for selection on reports. If you tick this option, inactive customers also you can view in the reports. And if you don't want to display, you can untick this option. If it is unticked, inactive customers will not display in the reports. Then next one is display inactive suppliers for selection on report. Same thing. It apply for suppliers. Now you can inactive any supplier. Now A is inactive. So, and if you now here you can see this AA supplier available, but when you are doing transaction, that supplier will not display in the drop down menu. So those things you can set from here. If you want to block any customer and not allowed to process transaction, you can set from here. Okay, next one is use inclusive processing on customer supplier document by default. Now this is if you enter any transaction. Now here you can view here exclusive amount, that is without tax amount, and if you want to enter your transactions inclusive amount, that means with tax amount, you can tick this option, then system will display inclusive amounts. Okay, I'll show you. Now here exclusive, I'll refresh the screen. Now you can see this is exclusive price changed to inclusive price. If you untick this option, again it will change to exclusive price. Now for an example, you are maintaining your prices in exclusive, and if you want to system to calculate that tax, you can use this exclusive price. Or if your pricing has done inclusive amounts, you can select inclusive method. Okay, and also sometimes now for an example, that VAT rate also may be changed time to time. So in that case, if you are set your prices, you can enter your price list from here. We will discuss that apart. And if you set your prices in exclusive amount, even though your tax rate change, the system will calculate the correct pricing. Okay, now for an example, if you are entered uh, inclusive prices, if the tax rate change, you need to change that selling prices. Therefore it's better if you can maintain exclusive prices, then even though your tax rate change, you don't want to change that exclusive prices. Okay, or even that when you are processing the transaction time also, you can change that inclusive or exclusive by ticking and unticking here. Okay, now you can see inclusive price. If you untick this option, you can view as exclusive price. Okay, if you use exclusive price, system will display without tax amount, and if you tick inclusive amount, system will display with tax amount. And also if you change any setup here, you need to save this, and after that only it will apply for this transaction or that report. Okay, if you change this, you need to save, and you go to next screen and you need to refresh, then only it will apply for the transaction. Okay, next one, use account as default document line type selection. Okay, are you clear that customer up now? Are you okay? Any comments? Speed is okay? Okay, if you have any questions, you can message from this chat box. Okay, and also that if I explain now, most accounting softwares are very similar in structure and processes. And if you study any accounting software properly, you can work in any accounting software. Actually, mostly more than 60-70% structure and process are very similar. So if you study properly in one software, you can work in any software. Okay, therefore, if you have any doubts, please ask and clear your doubts. Actually, since this is online course, we cannot properly get your feedback. Therefore, if you have any questions or if you need any more clarifications, please message or you can ask. Okay, last one is use account as default document line selection. Now, when you are processing, when you are entering customer invoice or supplier invoices, you can here type as item. Now, many companies, or if you are selling, you are in trading business, you can, if you type is there, you can select that inventory items. And if you tick on this option, use account as default document line type selection, you can select that GL accounts. Now, for an example, if you are in accounting services, you can directly enter your income into that GL account, sales account. Okay, and if you are in trading business, you can select, you can set type as item, then you can view inventory items from here. Then from here, use account as default document line type selection. If you tick off this option, you can view type as this type as item. And if you untick this option, you can see type as item. If you tick this option, account will display here. We will save and see. Now this has changed to type, change to account. Then from here you can select your GL accounts from here. If you untick this option, you can view inventory items. Okay, I'll go through briefly. First one, warn when duplicate customer reference used on customer invoice. That means if you take this option, if you are entering duplicate customer reference numbers when you are processing customer transactions, system will pop up and message you are entering duplicate customer reference numbers. Then second one is warn when duplicate supply invoice number used on supply invoices. When you are entering supply invoices, you can enter supply invoice number here, and if you are entering duplicate supply invoice number, system will pop up and message you are entering duplicate invoice number. If you want to get an alert, you can tick this option. If you don't want to get an alert, you can untick these options. Then next one is display inactive customers for selection when processing. And if you untick this option, your inactive customers will not display for processing transaction. That means for quotations, sales orders, invoices, those inactive customers will not display. If you tick this option, that inactive customers also display in the transactions. Fourth one, display inactive supplier for selection when processing. That means if you inactive any supplier, those suppliers will not display when processing transaction such as supplier purchase order, supplier invoices, those transactions. Inactive customers, inactive suppliers will not display. If you tick this option, those inactivated suppliers also display. Next one, display inactive customers for selection on reports. And if you tick this option, inactivated customers also will display, because it's better if you tick this option, because we need inactivated customers transactions for the reports. And if you untick this, those inactivated customers transactions will not display for reports. Okay. Next one, display inactive supplier for selection on reports. If you inactivated any supplier, if you tick this option, those suppliers also will display for reports. And if you untick this option, inactivated suppliers will not display for reports. Okay. Next one, use inclusive processing on customer supply document by default. If you untick this option, exclusive amount will display in the transaction screen. And if you tick this option, inclusive amount will display. That is, with tax amount will display in the screen. Then last one, use account as default document line by type selection. If you untick this option, type item will display as type. And if you tick this option, account will show as type. If it is a type, you can, from this selection, you can select only inventory items. And if you select account as type, from here you cannot select inventory items, you can select only GL accounts. Okay. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, next we will move to item settings. First one, warn when item quantities fall below 0. Now, sometimes when you are invoicing, you may not have items in the system. For an example, now if you have particular item has only 3 quantities, but you are going to invoice for 5. In that case, the system will warn when item quantities below 0, because you have only 3, you are going to invoice for 5. In that case, system will pop up a message that quantities fall below 0. Now, second one is, do not allow item quantities fall below 0. If you tick on this option, you cannot process those transactions. Now, if you tick this option, first one, warn, it's only warning, but you can process the transaction. Okay, but if you select tick on second option, you cannot process the transaction. Okay, and also you cannot tick both. Either you need to select either one. Okay, either first one or second one. And if you tick first option, if you have three, system will allow to process the transaction even quantities fall below 0. System only display a message. But if you tick second option, system will not allow to process the transaction. Okay, now for an example, if you have 3 quantities, you are going to invoice for 5. If you tick first option, you can process the transaction. But if you tick second option, you can invoice only for 3. Okay, because you have 3, you can invoice only for 3. Next one, third one, warn when item cost is 0. Now, when you are entering purchase orders or supplier invoices, system will pick up those costs for to the system as item cost. Okay, when you are purchasing, when you are entering GRN, system will identify this item's cost is this much. So when you are processing any transaction, if when you are entering customer invoices, if that cost is 0, system will make an alert, because system will think you haven't entered that item purchase price, therefore it will be a mistake. Okay, therefore system will warn when item cost is 0. And if you are untick this, the system will not warn to you, and system will not show any message. Okay, if you want to get an alert, you can tick this option. Then fourth one, warn when selling price is below cost. Now most probably your selling prices above the cost. Okay, now if you are selling your items below the cost, if you tick this option, system will warn. And if you untick, system will not consider it's an error, and you can process the transaction. Okay, fourth option is warn when item selling price is below cost. Normally we are selling above the cost price, therefore system will think it's a mistake. So if you want to get an alert, if you are selling prices below the cost, you can tick this option. Okay, next one, display inactive items for selection on document lines. It's like that customer supply inventory, customer supplier when we are processing transaction. If you untick this option, now I'll show you how to inactivate an item. If you are discontinue a particular item, you can inactive that item from here. If you untick this option, that item will inactive. And if you untick this option, display inactive items for selection on document lines, when you are processing a transaction, that item will not display. Okay, if you take this option, inactive items also displaying when processing transaction. But if you untick this option, inactivated items will not display for processing transaction. Okay, next one is display inactive items for selection on reports. And if you have inactivated any items when you are generating reports, now here display inactive items for selection on reports, I have unticked this option, therefore it will not display for reports. If you tick this option, inactivated items will display for reports. It's very similar to that customer and supplier inactive items. Then next one is sales order reserved item quantities. Okay, now from system you can enter customer quotations, sales orders, tax invoices. Okay. Now sometimes your customers will send purchase orders. At that time you are entering sales order and you want to reserve those quantities for that particular customer. And if you tick this option, those sales order items will reserve for customers. Okay, quantity reserved. This option will be disabled if sales orders exits in the company. And if you tick this option, those sales orders quantities will reserve for that customers. Okay, if you want to reserve any sales order quantities for a customer, please tick. And if you don't want to reserve quantities, you can untick this option. Okay, and next one, display inactive item bundles for selection on document lines. I'll quickly go through that bundle items. Actually, you can get a better understand about when you are doing the transactions, or you are creating master files. But I'll quickly go through these bundle items. Now, for an example, when you are selling computers, in computers there may be mouse, keyboard, speakers, system unit, like that. There are many parts. Okay, you can create. From here, you can set what are the components of a particular item and what is the quantity. And when you are going to invoicing, or when you are entering a quotation, if you select this item, all other components also display in the invoice. I'll show you an example. Now I'll enter quotation. Now I'll select computer here. First select bundle, then computer, then all other parts also will display in the screen. Okay, now I have select only COM001, but other parts also display in this screen. Okay, now from here, display inactive item bundles for selection on document line. That means if you are inactivated any bundle item, if you untick this option, that bundle item will not display in the screen. Okay, when you are processing transaction, those inactivated bundle items will not display in the document lines. If you tick this, inactivated items also will display in the document lines. Then use Perpetual inventory system. Actually, this is a add-on module. There are few add-on modules. Add-on means actually system, general system has some features, and if you want to add more features, those are the add-on modules. you can activate those add-on modules from here. Okay, next session we will discuss how to increase your number of users or number of companies and licenses. Now here use perpetual inventory. If you tick this option, you can view your inventory items, and you can get valuation reports for that perpetual inventory system. And also before this, sometimes you cannot see this use perpetual inventory. Next session we will activate that option. Okay. Then time tracking setting. From here also, this option is, if you activated this option, display inactive projects for selection on document lines, then those inactivated lines will not display for projects. And also you can set a lockdown date for that transaction entering period. Okay, when we are entering that financial year also, we have set lockdown date. Same way for time tracking also, you can set a lockdown date. Okay, next one is outstanding balances. Now in your system there may be monthly tick, and if you tick on this option for when you are generating that outstanding report, now you can generate outstanding report as age analysis, current, 30 days, 6 days, 90 days, 120 days. Now there are two, actually if you take this monthly option, that customer outstanding will calculate from end of the month. Okay, now for an example, you are entering 20th of January, 21st of January, one particular invoice. Now if you take this option, that outstanding will calculate end of that particular month. For an example, now if you are invoicing January 21st, and system will calculate from 1st of February. Okay, it will calculate that age analysis as 1st of January, 1st of February, and if you untick this option, actual date will calculate. Okay, if you tick this option, system will calculate that invoices after end of the month. It will calculate the number of days, but if you untick this option, system will calculate correct actual number of days. Okay, then next one is age, aging based on due date or invoice date. Now for an example, when you are creating customer, you can enter credit period for that customer. Okay, from here you can add a customer, you can enter credit period for here, due date for payment, and now if you run aging based on due date, system will consider that invoice plus that now for here, for an example, I'll enter 30 days for that credit period. Now if you select invoice dates, when you are generating the aging analysis, it's calculate the correct actual number of days. But if you select run aging based on due date, and then system will calculate age analysis as invoice days plus this due date. For an example, if you are enter any invoice 1st of January and your credit period is 30 days, and for aging analysis it will calculate from 31st of January, because you have 30 days due date for that invoice. But if you select this run aging based on invoices, system will calculate outstanding from 1st of January. Okay, there are two options. First one, invoice days. If you select this option, system will calculate actual days from the for an example, first to invoice, 1st of January you invoice, then system will calculate out, it will calculate number of days from 1st of January. And if you select run aging based on due date, now if you are giving any credit period, for this example we have given 30 days, system will calculate age analysis from 30th January. Okay, you have invoice 1st of January and you have 30 days credit period. System will calculate age analysis from 30th January. Okay, there are two options. Mostly companies use invoice date, but if you want to consider that credit period, customer credit period, and generate the report, you can select due date. Or if you want to get age analysis as actual invoice date, then you can select this invoice date. Okay, are we clear? uh, First, if you tick on this monthly, uh, system will calculate end of that particular calendar month. But if you are untick this option, system will calculate from actual number of days. And if you are generating the age analysis, there are two options, invoice date and due date. If you select invoice date, it will not consider that credit limit, credit period of that customer. And if you select due date, system will generate the report considering that number of credit period days. Okay, according to your company requirement, you can change these settings. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, next we will move to personal information. Now, actually, this is only requirement due to Data Protection Act. From here, you can select number of days, number of years, your retention period, that customer supplier details, and you can select how many years you are keeping that customers or suppliers data, and you can enter reason why you are keeping these details. So it's you can select any number of days, and also after this particular period also you can increase that number of years, and nothing will happen to your saved data. This is only due to Data Protection Act, and you can select any number of years, and you can enter any reason for why you are keeping years. Normally in Sri Lanka, I think 5 years we need to keep all records. So you can select here, if you want, you can select 5 years, and you can enter reason as audit. And if you want keep more period, you can select 10 years and you can enter reason. This is only because of Data Protection Act. Okay, then we will move to tax settings. if you are a tax registered company, you can select that invoice based GST. And if you are a not tax registered company, you can select no tax. Then all tax will be disappear. From here, if you are a tax registered company, for demo purposes, for training purposes, I select this invoice based GST. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience, some internet connection issue. So are you clear? You can hear, right? Okay, from here you can create tax rate by clicking this plus mark. You can add tax rate and you can enter that tax rate, tax name, and you can enter the rate here. Okay, like this, you can create tax rate. And if you want to remove any tax rate, by clicking this red color button, you can delete tax rate. Okay, from here you can, by clicking this green color button, you can add tax rate and you can enter the tax name and tax rate. And from this default, if you are using mostly currently, actually VAT rate is 80, therefore you can set as default tax rate. Okay, default tax rate, you can stick from here, and you can add or remove any tax rate from here. And under tax details, you can enter tax number, and you can enter that last tax period end date and last tax submission date and tax period frequency. If you are paying tax quarterly, you can enter 3. And if you are entering, if you are paying taxes monthly, you can enter 1 here. Okay, and this tax system, invoice-based SST is not relevant for Sri Lanka. The second option, invoice-based GST, relevant for Sri Lanka. And if you are not tax registered company, you can select no tax. And if you are tax registered company, you can select this invoice-based GST. Okay, and after you create tax rate, you can save. Okay. From here, we can create tax rates. And if you are a tax module, if you are activated, you can view that tax rate from when you are processing transactions. Okay, from here you can select that tax types. Now this system will display that the selling price is below the cost price. We discuss when you are doing that item setting. Okay, now it will calculate the tax as 8%. Okay, like this, you can add tax rate. Now, currently tax rate is 8%. If in the future government change the tax rate, you can add, or you can yeah, probably you need to add new tax rate, and you can enter name and tax rate here, and you can create a new tax rate. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, are you convenient without a break? Is it okay? No, it's only 2 hours, so without a break we can continue. So we will wind up for today, and if you have any questions, you can ask, and we will share some user manuals with you in next session. And if you want to practice, you can create a new company. You can log into our website www.pwholdings.lk, and you can register for new company, and from the same email address you cannot create another company. If you have different email address, you can register from that different email address. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask. Or else we will wind up for today. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last session we started company settings. We entered company details and we did general settings and completed tax settings. Up to now, if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, we'll start next session, that document and statements. From here, you can enter statement messages. Now, this statement for from the Sage Business Cloud Accounting, you can send customer statements from the system and go to customers, reports, customer statements. Okay, now you can generate customer statements from the system. Now in the system generated customer statements, you can view age analysis of that customer. So now here you can view current outstanding, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and 120 days plus days outstanding. So now from this document and statement messages, we can add a note or statement to the customer statement. For an example, now if your customer outstanding is more than 30 days or 60 days, you can mention please settle immediately, or please settle as soon as possible. Like that, you can enter a statement. So this statement settings done from this statement messages. Now this customer outstanding has 120 plus days outstanding. So now here in 120 days plus outstanding, we have mentioned please settle immediately. Therefore in this statement, that customer has 120 days plus outstanding, therefore it will display please settle immediately. Okay, now if this customer has only 90 days outstanding, it will display 90 days outstanding, or 60 days plus outstanding, statement will display please settle as soon as possible. Like that, we can mention in a statement or note in the customer statement that settings done from this document and statement messages. Okay, next one is document numbers. Now from Sage Business Cloud Accounting, we can do customer quotations, sales orders, tax invoices, recurring invoices, like that, transactions we can do. Now for these documents, we can set a number, initial number, initial serial number we can set. After that, system will automatically generate the next number. I'll show you an example. Now for an example, customer quotations. Now you can see there's a serial number QVO 0001, then 2, 3, like that. There will be a serial number. So when you are implementing the system, before start transactions, you need to set this document numbers. And if you are setting this document number, from next document or next transaction, this number will allocate to that transaction. Now for an example, if you are set QVO 001, to this quotations, then when you are starting the quotation, that number will allocate to that transaction. Okay, for an example, you can view from here. This document number will display here. Manually you cannot change these document numbers. You can change the numbers only from this settings only. Okay. Okay, you can set document numbers for quotations, sales orders, customer invoice, credit note, customer receipt, customer recurring invoice, customer adjustments, customer bad debt relief, customer bad debt recovered in supplier section, supplier purchase order, supplier invoice, supplier return, supplier payment, supplier adjustment, in tax, output tax adjustment, input tax adjustment. For these documents, you can set document numbers from document number section. Okay, next one, document description. Now, document description mainly used for now when you are printing, you can print, when you are first time printing a particular invoice, you can view it as from this original name. And if you are if you are again printing any document, system will display this copy name. Sometimes if you need, if you are printing again, you want to mention copy, it will display. You can set from here, then system will display if tax invoice printing second time, it will display copy tax invoice. Now, if you set that document numbers, when a second time printing, it's copy. You can see now initially it print as tax invoice. Now when a second time printing, it will display copy tax invoice. Okay, like that. If you want to mention, if it is a copy, you can mention here this copy name. You can mention here. Then print will display as copy. Okay. Now first time when you are printing, it's only tax invoice. Second time printing, it mentioned copy. For these transactions, we can set that copy name, and also in after completing that Masterfiles and transactions, we will discuss how to design these layouts. Okay, next one, customer document messages. Now, when you are entering transactions, we can set a default message to a transaction. Now, in quotations, we have entered validity period 30 days. Now, when you are entering a quotation, when you are opening a quotation, in the message, it will display as default message as validity period 30 days. For an example, in practical situations, sometimes when you are doing customer invoices, sometimes you may need mention your bank account details, then customers can directly deposit their money to your bank account. So if you need to mention that bank details, you can set bank details default message. Then when you are opening that transaction, it will display this bank details as default message. You can set default message from here, or you can set default message from this when you are setting the customer document messages. Okay. Now, sometimes some invoices you may see thank you for business or come again, like that statements will be there. So if you want, you can set those messages as default messages from this customer document messages. Then next one, supplier document messages, same as customer document messages, you can enter supplier document messages. Okay, I'll show you now. You can enter supplier purchase orders. Now you can see please deliver. Now we have mentioned here. Now sometimes for an example, if your office location is a different location and if you want to deliver goods to a different location, you can mention your delivery address. Then supplier can directly send those goods to that delivery address. Okay. Now sometimes these setups or settings at this moment you may not understand, but when you are doing practical examples, you can understand what we discussed in company settings. Okay. Okay, next, invoice and statement layouts. Now we can design this customer quotations, sales orders, tax invoices, credit notes, and supplier purchase orders. We can design from the system. And to design that, you need to download that app by clicking clicking here button. You can download that design app. Select desktop add-ons and downloads, and clicking here this accounting custom layout designer for Windows, you can download that download and install this design. After you download the app, you can install that design app, and you can enter your email address and password and log into the system. Then you can design these documents: quotations, sales orders, tax invoices, credit notes, customer statements, and supplier module, purchase orders, supplier invoice, supplier returns, supplier statement, and delivery notes you can design. Okay. We will discuss detail about this custom layout designer later part of this course. And before that, I'll quickly go through this how to design, or you can practice this one when you are free time. Okay, you can view this default classic, default modern, default plain layouts. Then you can select one layout and click design. Then you can view that actually system has default layouts, few layouts there. And these layouts, if you want, you can customize. You can change your company logo position, then report name, then you can mention your tax number, date, page number, sales rep. Those things you can uh, change, or if you want add or edit, you can do from system layout. Okay. And also if you want to add any prepared by, approved by, those things also you can do from using this toolbox. And there are some data fields. From here you can design, and we will discuss in detail later part of the course. Okay. And also if you can download if you can, please download and install, and if you have any questions you can ask in next session. Okay, next, branding. Now we can upload our company logo to the system, and when we are printing invoices, quotations, receipts, or supplier purchase orders, that our company logo will mention or display in our documents. Okay, first we need to attach that company logo. You can attach the company logo from this here, browse for logo, choose file, and you can click, and you can select your image. After that, you can select the position, top left, top right, and also you can preview this. Okay, and also there are two options: logo on invoice and statement emails. If you tick this option, logo will display on your invoices and customer statements. And if you want to add your logo to customers on also, you can tick this option. Okay, and you can view your saved logo. Okay, now you can attach any image as your company logo. Okay, first you can select the or attach a logo, then you can change the position of that logo, whether it's left side or right side, and you can preview. And you can enter some document numbers and document messages to your document messages, statement messages. Next, we will move to user-defined fields. Now, when you are creating a customer, you can enter this customer postal address, delivery address, contact details, and those information. Now, assume you want to add more details. In addition to these details, you want to add few more details. So if you want to add those details, you can customize this. There's a field called user defined field. From here, you can add that additional details. And also now, if you go into this your user defined fields, you can view that text user field 1, text user field 2, like that. There may be labels field 1, text user field 2, text user field 3, like that. So if you want to change, now for an example, I want to add customer NIC number, customer country, customer then date of birth, customer birthday, those field, these labels I want to change. If you want to change those labels, you can change it from this customer user defined fields and go to customer. From here, you can type new. Now, for an example, now if you want text user field 1, you want to change to NIC, you can type that NIC here. Then in your customer registration document or customer new customer details, you can view that NIC will be displayed. Like that, you can change these labels, these user-defined fields labels. You can change from this user-defined fields settings. And also customer, supplier also same. Now, if you want to add more details, or if you want to change that user-defined fields, now here you can view text field 1. If you change it from here, it will change to that name. Now that text field 1 label has changed to customer, cash supplier. Then you can change that items user-defined fields also. Then assets, you can enter your fixed assets from system. So these assets user-defined fields also you can change from here. In addition to that, in addition to these master files, you can change your customer document user-defined field in transactions also. Now from user-defined fields, actually you can customize according to your requirement. You can add additional information in addition to that available details. Okay. Now for an example, customer code. Now in customer quotations, you can only enter customer name, document number, if customer reference available, those things you can add. And if you, according to your company requirement, you want to add a few more fields, in that case, you can use this user-defined fields, and you can change these labels according to your requirement. Okay, from here, you can change those user-defined field names. So for these documents, you can change user document user-defined fields, customer quotations, customer sales orders, customer tax invoice, supply return, and bank transactions and journals. You can change these document user-defined fields. Okay, next we will move to email signatures. Now from this system, after you create quotations or invoice or customer receipt, you can directly email those documents to customers. And when you are sending that document or email, you can set this message body. Okay, this message you can set from this email signatures. Now from here you can preview an email signature template. And if you want to change or if you want to add any signature, you can add from here, add signature. And first you need to enter name, email signature. Then you need to select for this email signature for which document. It's quotation, tax invoice, credit note, or likewise you need to select the type of the document. Then if you want to set that email signature as default, you can click here. Then this signature will be when you're sending emails, that signature will be set as default. Then from here you can select that placeholder name, those things we have set here. From here you can enter those details from here. Now for an example, if you want to mention invoice number as subject, you can set from here, from these placeholders you can set invoice number. Then automatically that when you are sending that invoices, system will pick that invoice number and tax invoice. Then if you set here, you can system will automatically set that invoice number. And also you can set contact name. When you are sending email, you enter that here and contact number. Then system will pick from that contact name from the system. And also you can add invoice total. Then username, company name. You can set from this insert placeholder, and you can design an email signature. After you design a signature, you can save. You can take few minutes and you can just try for add signature. Just for practice, when you are doing that transaction, we can design according to our requirement. Okay, next we will move to multi-currency. From here, you can enter or you can set different currencies, and you can enter that exchange rate also. Now for that, activate this. Actually, multi-currency is a add-on module. First, you need to activate that multi-currency module. For that, go to administration, go to my profile, then click on upgrade. From here, in the multi-currency, you can enter one, and you can upgrade that multi-currency module. Okay, in addition to that, if you want to add any additional company, or if you want to add users, now system has 1 GB capacity, and if you want to increase that capacity, you can increase from here. And also there is advanced inventory module, you can enter here one also, and debtors manager for time tracking. These are additional modules. You can enhance that additional modules also by entering one and click on next. Then those additional modules will activate. Okay, now you can go to administration, my profile, click on upgrade, enter one for this time tracking, multi-currency, advanced inventory, and debtors manager, and click next, and finish. Oh, okay, is it clear? Go to administration, my profile, click upgrade, and you can enter one for time tracking, multi-currency, advanced inventory, debtors manager, and click next, and you can finish that process. After that, go to company, click on company console, then click this manage modules. It's in the right side, and tick on these options: time tracking, advanced inventory, multi-currency, debtors manager, and click save. Click company, company console, click manage modules, tick time tracking, advanced inventory, multi-currency, debtors manager, and save. Okay, after that, hope everyone clear. If you have any questions, you can send a message. Okay, after that, click on, again, you can go to that change company settings and multi-currency. Then you can view this allocate now. Click on that allocate now. Okay, then first you need to enable multi-currency. Tick that enable multi-currency. Then you need to select the home currency. Now, for example, most of you are from Sri Lanka or you are working for Sri Lankan company. In that case, you can select Sri Lankan rupees. Or if you are in a different, you are working for different country company, you can select that that currency as a home currency and you can save. Now, most importantly, if you set home currency, you cannot change home currency. Therefore, before set the home currency, please check and set the correct home currency. Okay, first enable multi-currency by ticking this option, then select your home currency. Set home currency and save. After that, you can add any number of currency. From here, you can click add currency. And you can select the currency, click add. Then you can view exchange rate also. These exchange rates automatically update from European Union Central Bank rates. And if you want to change, you can manually also, you can change the rates by clicking this edit button. Custom exchange rate, select the date, and you can edit that exchange rates. And after that, you can update. Okay, now you can activate this multi-currency option add-on module, and you can add few currencies to your multi-currency. If you have any questions, please ask. Okay, now first you need to activate multi-currency, then you need to add home currency. After that, you can add currencies by clicking this add currency. Okay, now we have completed company settings. First, we have completed in the company details, then general setting, select document decimal or decimal places and currency symbols. Then tax settings, we have tax rates, enter document numbers and document messages. Branding, we have add that logo to our documents, and user-defined fields, email signatures, and multi-currency. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, actually, sometimes you may not understand some parts of these company settings. Don't worry, when you are doing that transaction also, we will again go through these relevant company settings sections. Then actually, when you are doing transaction also, you can understand what we have initially discussed. Okay, now we have completed file creation. We will add customers, suppliers, items, bank accounts, GL accounts, and fixed asset, and analysis codes. Okay, first we will move to customers. You can create a customer from by go to customer module, click add a customer. You can enter customer name here, and there's no customer code, separate customer code, only customer name available. You can enter customer name here. Then you can enter or select customer category. Now for an example, sometimes you may have customer categories in your company. For an example, if you are in trading business, if you want to view any report from customer categories, we can create these customer categories, and when we are generating reports, we can generate report from customer category wise. Okay, now for an example, if you are, if you want to view from like retail customers sales report, you can select retail from category. Okay. This customer category mostly used for report generation purposes. If you have different customer categories, you can add customer category. Then, if you are selling cash cash sale for customers, you can tick this option. Then all other fields will be deactivated. And if you want to, if you are not or address contact details, you can untick this option. Okay. Then opening balance. Now, as we mentioned in earlier, you may implement the system for old company or new company. 2020, you may have customer opening balances. So in that case, you can enter that customer opening balance here, that date. Now, if you are entering, if you are date as 31st December 2020, then credit limit, you can, if you are giving credit limit for a particular customer, you can enter that credit limit. For an example, if you are giving 100,000 credit limit for that customer, you can enter 100,000 here. And also, if your customer is tax registered customer, you can enter customer tax number. And also, if you are assigning a sales manager or sales rep to this customer, you can select that sales rep from here. Okay, then this active is earlier we discussed, you can active or inactive customers from here by ticking or unticking. You can active or inactive customers. Okay, then next one, auto allocate receipt to oldest invoices. Now if you take this option, when you are entering customer receipt, system will automatically allocate your receipt to oldest invoices. Now, for an example, if you have 5 invoices, outstanding invoices from January, February, March, April, May, and if you are enter any receipt to that customer, first system will allocate to oldest invoice from January, it will allocate. Now, I'll show you an example. Now, I'll enter customer receipt. Okay, now I have a few outstanding invoices. Now I'll enter receipt amount here. Now you can see automatically it allocated to oldest invoices. Now I have sorted this. I'll enter again. Now you can see from here allocate. Okay, if you activate, you can untick this option. Then you can select invoices and you can set off. I entered the receipt amount, but it not allocated to that invoices. Okay, you can manually set off that receipt amount to invoices. If you want to allocate receipt amount to invoices by manually, you can untick this option. And if you want to allocate automatically, you can tick this option. Okay, next one is exclude from Data Manager. Now the system has add-on module as Data Manager. That main purpose of this Data Manager option is, or Data Manager module is, you can follow up your overdue invoices or outstanding invoices. Now from the system, first you can set invoice reminders in 7 days or 28 days. You can add that dates, and if you want to send reminders overdue invoices, you can set that dates also. Then system will automatically send reminders to if your customers has outstanding invoices, system will send invoices, sorry, system will send uh, that reminders to customers. Manager, you can untick this one, or if you want to exclude, you can tick. And if you tick this option, the system will not send reminders or outstanding invoice reminders to customers. If you want to send reminders, you can tick this option. Okay, if you tick this option, it will exclude from Data Manager. Then reminders will not go to those customers. Then next, new invoices on hold. If you want to block invoicing for that customers, you can tick this option. Okay, next, postal address. You can enter customer contact detail, postal address here. Then if your delivery address is a different delivery address, you can enter that delivery address, or you can copy that from postal address. Okay, from here, by clicking this copy from postal address, you can copy postal address to delivery address. And also you can add that customer's map from here. And if you are delivering goods to that customer, you can use that GPS and or map you can use for delivery goods. Okay, next, contact details. From here, we can enter customer contact details, customer name, email address, mobile number, fax number, web address you can enter. Then there are 3 options. Invoices can be viewed online, send outstanding invoices reminders, send overdue invoice reminder. Now first one is invoices can be viewed online. That is customer zone. You may remember now when you are creating, when you are setting that system, we have activated this customer zone. Now if you activated this customer zone, it will apply for all customers. Now, if you want to block or if you want to block viewing online for a particular customer, you can tick this option. Then that customer cannot view their statement online. Okay, if you untick, customers cannot view. If you tick, invoices can be viewed online. Okay, next one, send outstanding invoice reminders. If you tick this option, system will send that outstanding invoices from this debtors management. Then next one, send overdue invoice reminders. If your customer has overdue invoices, if you take this option, system will send overdue invoice reminders. Then business registration number. If your customer has a business registration number, you can enter here. And if your customer has GST registered date, you can select that date. Okay. Next, we will move to default settings. First one, statement distribution. Now, you can send your customer statements via email or print or print an email. Now, if you select email address here, then you can. But if you don't have any email address here, or if you don't have email address for customer, please select print or none, because if you don't enter any email address, you cannot set statement distribution method as email. Therefore, if you don't enter any email address under contact details, please select print or none under default settings. Okay, next, default discount. Sometimes your company may give regular discounts for your customers. In that case, you can enter discount rate here, and when you are entering any transaction, then that default discount will be applied for that transaction. Now we have entered 10% discount. Now we will select that customer. Then we'll select item. Now here default discount available. Here you can view total discount. When you select the customer, system will automatically display that the default discount amount. Here also 10% default discount will display here. Then next one is default price list. Now sometimes your company will sell different prices for different customers. Okay, sometimes your retail customer has one price, wholesale customers has different price. Like that, you may have different price list or different price levels. In that case, you can create price list. You may remember we have created price list when we are creating company settings. General settings, item settings. We have created price list from here. Default settings. Now from here, we have for price list, we can select relevant price list for this particular customer. Then default tax type. We can select the relevant tax rate here. Then if you are giving credit period for this customer, you can enter the credit period in days. Okay. Then you can select the customer currency. Okay. Things we can set from default settings. Now we are if we set default settings, when you are entering the transaction, these details automatically display in the that transaction. So we can minimize our time to process that transaction. For an example, if you set a default discount, when you are entering invoice, system will automatically calculate that 10% discount. So each transaction wise, we don't want to will automatically take details from these default settings, and according to this default setting, system will process that invoice. Okay, the main advantage in default setting is we can reduce the time for process a transaction. Okay, after enter these details, you can customize transactions for demo purposes. From active other, or you can add. Now here we have entered one contact details, and if you want to add more contacts, you can enter from here, from this additional contacts. You can scroll this bar and you can add additional contacts. You can enter customer, that contact name, designation, telephone number, fax number, mobile number, email address, and also there's OS invoices and overdue invoices. This is OS invoices is outstanding invoices option, and also if you want to send overdue invoice reminders, you can tick this option. If you are activated this details manager only, you can view these details. Okay, if you cannot view these over OS invoices or overdue invoices, please activate that debtors manager module. And if you cannot activate, please message or text in the chat box. Okay, next one, note. You can add any notes to this customer. For an example, if you want to add or if you want to attach documents, you can attach from here, such as customer agreements or any document signed with customers. That details, and by clicking this file mark, you can add documents. You can add up to 2 MB, and you can add up to 5 attachments for this customer. Okay, and also if you are arranging any meetings, you can add that or 21st February, you can set action date as meeting, and here you can type meeting, and you can type this description and save. Then when this action date reaches, it will display in this dashboard. Okay, from this to-do list box section, then user defined fields. Now here you can view that text user field 1, 2, 3, like that. If you want to add additional details in addition to this these details, you can enter from here, and you can change these label names from company settings. User defined fields, customer. From here you can change these labels. Next one, personal information. When we are creating, we have set that according to Data Protection Act, we have set a date. Now, if you want to change, or you can tick this this contact as consented to be a permanent record. Then you don't want to increase these details. Then sales graphs. You can view that monthly sales, quotations, sales orders, invoices. Now, when you are creating, you can view only these details, additional contact, notes, user-defined fields, and report layouts only. After you have done any transaction to this customer, you can view this sales graph, quotation, sales order, invoices, these details. Now, when you are setting this document, we haven't talked invoice and statement layouts. Now, for an example, assume you are a VAT registered company. Customers or some customers you are giving non-tax invoice. In that case, you may have two different layouts. One mentioning that tax invoice, other one mentioning normal invoice. Okay, in that case, from these invoice and statements, you can set a default layout, and then when you are creating a customer, that layout will apply for all customers. Now assume that now you have select that tax invoice here. In this customer layout, from here you can change to non-tax invoice. Okay, now when you are setting your company settings, you have set tax invoice as default, but now you are creating a non-tax customer. In that case, you want to issue non-tax invoice layout for this customer. From here also you can change that statement layout. If you have different quotation layouts also, you can set layout for this customer. Okay, customer wise also you can set that report layouts. Okay, after enter these details, you can save this customer. Then sales reps. From here, you can create sales reps. Go to customers, list of sales reps. By clicking add sales rep, you can create new sales rep. You can enter first name, last name, email address, telephone numbers, and you can save sales rep. Okay, in addition to that, when you are creating customers also, we can add sales rep. Customer categories, we can create customer categories from customers, list, customer categories, and we can add customer category. We can type the customer category and we can save. And also when you are entering customer also, we can create customer category by clicking this add new category. Okay, now we have created customers, sales reps, and customer categories. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, for practice, you can create two customers. You can enter some details here and please enter two customers, two sales reps customers. Okay, and if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, after you create the customers, you can view that list of customers. Go to customer, and from here you can view that list of customers, and also you can change or you can customize this grid by clicking this customize grid button. Click customize grid, and you can add columns from here. If you tick a column, it will display in this grid. And if you want to remove any column, okay, in addition to that, you can sort this list of customers. You can sort from this balance or credit or debit, and you can search it from here. If you tick, these buttons will activate, and if you want to delete or if you want to mark as active or inactive, if you want to update, you can do from by ticking this. Okay, now for an example, you want to update few customers, these 3 customers. You want to change the category. Now you can select these 3 customers and click update. Now no category available for these 3 customers. You can select the category. Now you can category has chat. If you want active or inactive from here, now you can view this customer has active. Now it's inactive, like this. You can edit this company name, and you can change this details, contact details. You can change, or if you are changing price list, you can change price list and other details. After that, click save. Okay, same as you can change that. You can view, and you can view customer categories. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask. And master file creation, such as supplier, item, bank accounts, GL accounts, and assets, analysis, codes, and budgets. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, okay, let's start today's session. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last session we have completed company settings, and today and also we have completed customer master file, and we will start uh, supplier master file creations. From here we will create suppliers and supplier categories. Okay, you can create suppliers by from supplier module, click add a supplier. From here, under supplier name, you can enter supplier name, supplier category. Supplier category mainly used for report purposes. And if you have opening balances, for an example, if you are implementing for old company, you may have opening balances. And if opening balance available, you can enter the opening balance and opening balance as a date. And enter that credit limit. If your supplier is a tax registered company, you can enter the tax reference number or VAT registration number. And there's the option auto allocate payments oldest invoice. If you enable this option, when you are entering a payment, system will allocate that payment to oldest invoices. Now, for an example, if you have more than one outstanding payment, system will automatically allocate to oldest invoices. If you enable this option, then you can choose particular payment for which invoice you are going to allocate. The next, postal address. And you can enter supplier physical address. If the supplier has two different locations, such as its office in one location and or warehouse in a different location, you are purchasing goods from warehouse, you can enter that warehouse address also. And you can copy this postal address by clicking this copy from postal address, and also you can add that supplier's location in the map. Then you can enter supplier contact details, contact person name, email address, telephone, web address, then supplier business registration number, and you can enter that supply invoice. These details automatically display in that transaction. Now for an example, if you enter default discount, assume you are entering 10% discount, then when you are entering that supply document, supply transaction such as purchase order or supplier invoice, this discount automatically display in that supplier purchase order or supplier invoice. I'll show you an example. Now here I'll run a transaction, supply transaction. I'll enter supplier purchase order. From here, I'll select supplier. Then you can see that 25% discount here, default discount rate apply for that transaction. If you want, you can change this discount rate when you are processing the transaction. And if you set default discount rate when you are entering a transaction, it will apply for that transaction. Next, default tax rate. If your supplier is a VAT registered supplier, you can select, there may be sometimes no tax VAT or SVAT suppliers. So according to your supplier, you can select the tax rate. And if your supplier giving credit period for you, you can enter number of days. For an example, if your supplier gives 30 days credit period, you can enter that date. And when you select that supplier, also 30 days. Now you can and credit period 30 days. Now if you set when you are creating the for discount rate and credit period. Now here invoice date is February 22nd, due date is 24th of March, that means 30 days system will calculate. Next, if you have foreign suppliers, you can enter that supplier currency. From here, you can select that supplier currency. Then when you are invoicing, that supplier currency will apply for that invoice. Now I'll select this supplier. Now that supplier's currency is AED. That currency exchange rate also automatically calculate from the system. Okay, you can select supplier currency from drop down menu. Okay, now if this currency is not available, company settings, go to multi-currency. From here you can add currency. You can select the currency and you can add. Okay, next additional contacts activities. Now when you are entering transaction, it will display that transactions. This activity tab update after you enter transaction to that supplier. Okay, you can view supply adjustment, opening balance, supply invoice returns. Those things you can view after enter transactions to this supplier. Okay, next additional contacts. From here you can enter additional contact person's details of that company. Now here you can enter only one, but if you want to add more than one contact details, you can use these additional contacts and you can enter by clicking this plus mark, and you can enter contact name, designation, telephone numbers, and contact details you can enter. Okay. Next, banking details. You can enter supplier banking details. It will easier when you are paying supplier payments. You can use this banking details. You can enter account holder name, account number, bank name, branch code, and account type. Next tab is notes. From here, you can enter notes, or if you want, you can add attachment to that supplier. Or if you are arranging any meetings, you can enter that details here when action date reaches. Now, for an example, you are arranging a meeting on 1st of March. On action date, that meeting not alert will displaying this to-do list. Like this supply notes, it will display here. Then if you have any agreements with suppliers, you can add those attachments. Then user-defined fields. From here, now we have entered a few details here, and if you want to add more details, you can use user-defined fields, and you can customize these labels. You can customize this from company settings. I think you can remember, go to company, change company settings, user-defined fields, supplier. From here, you can change this labels. Now here, text user field 1, I have changed that to cash supplier. From here, you can see that text field 1 changed to cash supplier. Like that, if you want, you can change other labels also. Okay, next, personal information. Then purchase graph, purchase orders, unpaid invoices will update after you enter transactions. Then next one, last one, report layouts. From here, now for an example, if your company has different formats of purchase orders, you can select those layouts from this drop down menu. Okay, first you need to design layouts, then you can select according to this supplier. Okay, for an example, you are a VAT registered company, and you have different suppliers, VAT registered suppliers and non-tax suppliers. If you want to send tax purchase orders, you can use one layout, and for tax suppliers, you can use that tax layout. And if you have non-tax suppliers, you can design a different layout for non-tax suppliers, and you can attach that layout for non-tax suppliers. Like that, you can design for supplier return and supplier statements also. And into this supplier, you can select that report layout. After you enter these details, you can save the supplier. Okay, I'll quickly go through again. You can create suppliers from suppliers, add a supplier, enter supplier name, select supplier category if available, enter opening balance, enter opening balance as a date. If your supplier giving credit limit, you can enter that credit limit, and you can, if your supplier VAT registered or tax registered supplier, you can enter tax number. And if you want to auto allocate payments to all those invoices, you can tick this option. You can enter postal address and physical address of supplier, and you can enter contact details, contact name, email, telephone, mobile, fax, web number, and supplier business registration number. This RMCD approval number not applicable for Sri Lanka, and you can enter that VAT registered date of that supplier. Under default settings, you can enter supplier default discount and default tax type. If supplier giving credit period, you can enter that credit period. You can select supplier currency. In addition to that, you can enter additional contact details, bank details, notes, user defined fields, reports layout. You can select report layouts from this drop down menu. Next, you'll go to supply categories. You can create supply categories from supply module. Go to list, supply categories. Click on add category. You can enter supply category name and save. Okay. And also when you are creating a supply, also you can create that supply category by clicking this add new supply category. Okay, like that you can create suppliers and supply categories. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, now you can create two suppliers and two supplier categories. You can take around 7 minutes, 6 categories.
Sir, we can't hear you.
Sorry, still not started. You can create that supplier and supply categories. Okay, hope you have created suppliers and supplier categories. Now, after you create the supplier categories, you can view list of suppliers. Go to suppliers, list of suppliers. From this supply grid, you can view your suppliers. You can view supplier name, category, balance, credit limit, tax numbers, and those details. If you want, you can customize this grid by clicking this setting button and click customize grid. Okay, from here you can add columns or remove columns. If you want add any column, you can tick that column, and if you want to remove any column, you can untick this tick. Okay, after change that details, you can save. Then you can view required columns, and also you can sort these columns by clicking this heading. You can sort ascending or descending order, and also you can filter supply list from these filters. And later, if you want to change this green color, sorry, blue color, when you are clicking this, it will underline, and you can change those supplier details, and you can update that supplier. If you want to change that contact name or email address, or if you are if the supplier increases credit limit or credit period, you can change these details. And also from this action also, you can edit supply details. Okay, next we will move to items. From here, we will create items, item bundles, and item categories. Okay, first we will create item. Go to items, click add an item. You can enter item code and enter item description. From this category drop down menu, you can select item categories, and there are two options: item types. First one physical, second one service. if you tick this option, physical, system will create this item as a physical item, and it will maintain the stocks. And if you want to create an item as a service item, for an example transport, or for an example audit services or accounting services, you can select service. Okay, there are two types, physical item and service item. According to this item, you can select whether it's physical or service. And if you select service, this opening cost and opening quantity will not apply. Sorry, opening quantity and opening quantity as a date will not apply if you select service. Okay, and if you are creating a physical item, you can enter opening cost and opening quantity. When you are implementing the system as a date, what is the balance of that item and what is the cost of that item, you can enter here, and you can enter the opening quantity as a date. And after that, you can enter selling price of that item, exclusive selling price and inclusive selling price. You can enter unit, whether that item is kilogram, liter, or numbers, like that. You can enter that unit. And from here, you can enter sales account. Now, for an example, I'll show you when you are generating your profit and loss account, profit and loss report, you can now here a few sales account. Now if you want to show this item sales separately, you can create a separate sales account, or if this category, now for an example, if you are running a hotel, you want to show accommodation income separately, food and beverage and F&B income separately, like that, room income you want to show separately. In that case, you can select sales account from here. Then when you are selling this item, that item sales income will display separately in profit and loss report. Okay, uh, now when you are selling an item, if you want to show that items income separately in profit and loss report, you can create a different sale account for this item. Then when you are selling that item, that income will separately show in this profit and loss report. Same as you can select cost of sales account, inventory account, and if you're doing adjustment to items, you can create a separate account for item adjustment account. If these four accounts, inventory account and item adjustment account, if not shown in your system, you need to update your system. Go to company, sorry, administration, go to my profile, click on upgrade, and under choose your module options, enter one in this advanced inventory. Actually, you can upgrade your number of companies, number of users, document store, then time tracking, multi-currency, advanced next, and finish. Then you can read your system. Now, when you enter cost and selling price here, system will calculate GP percentage and GP amount. And if tax available for this item, you can select tax on sales, and you can select tax on purchases. And this major industry code not available in Sri Lanka. And if it is available, you can enter that code. Okay. From here, you can enter item code, item description, and you can select item category. You can select whether that item is a physical item or service item. If physical item, you can enter opening cost, opening quantity, and opening quantity as a date. And you can enter exclusive selling price, inclusive selling price. You can enter, select sales account, cost of sales account, inventory account, and item adjustment account. After that, if tax available for that items, you can select tax on sales, tax rate, and tax on purchases. You can select relevant tax rate for that item. Okay. Next tab is price list. Now, if you are selling same product to in different prices for different customers, you can create price list. And when you are creating customer, you can attach that price list. Then when you are entering invoice or quotation, that relevant price list price will apply for that transaction. Now, when you are creating price list, first go to company, change company settings. General settings, item settings. From here, you can create price list, and you can rename this price list and save. Then those price list will apply, you can view from when you are creating an item. Okay. Now, if you have different price for different customers, you can enter that prices in price list. Okay. Now, for an example, if your default price is 100 and your trade price say 90, then retail price 110, distributor price 80, like that. You can enter that different prices in different price list. Then system will calculate inclusive selling price and GP percentage and GP amount. Next activity, after you enter transaction, it will display that activity. I'll show you an example. That items transactions. Next note, you can add notes from here, and also you can attach any documents from here, like customer supplier. You can add any notes. You can enter action date, subject note, then on action date it will you can view in dashboard, then user defined fields. From here you can enter additional details, and you can rename these labels from user defined fields. Okay. Next, purchase graphs, sales graphs, sales versus purchase graphs, sales graph, sales purchase graph will update after you enter transactions. And under picture, you can attach picture to this item. Okay, after you enter these details, you can save this item. Next, we'll move to item categories. After creating item categories, we'll create bundle item. From here, you can create item category, go to items, list, item categories, click on add category, enter item category description, and you can save. Okay, next, list of item bundles. Now, if you are selling few items as a bundle or one pack, you can create bundle item, and when you select that bundle item, other components of that item will display in this invoice. Now you can, I'll show you an example. When you are entering an invoice, first if you are selling bundle item, you need to change this type to bundle, and you can select bundle item here. Then I selected only that computer. These other components automatically pop up to that screen. Now you can see I selected only computer, but that system displays CPU, speakers, mouse, keyboard, like that. Other component also at once you can enter to the screen. Now from here we can create bundle item. Go to items, list, list of bundle items, click add item bundle. First you need to enter item bundle code, then you need to enter item description, after that you can select that items you are going to bundle. Select the item and enter quantity. Then after that you can save. Now here I select bundle item, but it's not allowed to invoice because this quantity fall below 0. I think you can remember when you are doing company settings, item settings, I have said that do not allow item quantities below 0. Therefore system will not allow to process this transaction. I'll enter an quotation. Okay, I have created bundle item, 2 items selected. First one, first item quantity 1, second item quantity 2. Now when I'm select that bundle item, it will display according to that. Okay, after that you can process this quotation. Okay, in addition to that, now for an example, if you are in Slate, sometimes you may have several courses as one product, and if you are creating that like that, for an example, English course, computer course, with financial course, you can create that as a bundle item, and from here you can select item as computer course, then English course and finance course, and create that courses as a bundle item. Then when you are invoicing, it will display as when you are select that bundle item, all other courses will display in the invoice. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask now. Okay, now you can create few items. If you are creating bundle items, please create at least 3 items, and you can create items, bundle items, and item categories. Please take 10 minutes and create those items. And if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, hope you have created items, and if you have created this bundle item, you can go to customer codes. You can check that your bundle items correctly display in this invoice, sorry, quotation. Please open an quotation and change this item type to bundle, and select your and check whether that items and quantities display properly. Okay, now we have created customer, supplier, items, master files. Next, we will move to banking. You can create bank accounts from this banking module. Click add bank or credit card. Okay, from here, you can enter your bank account name. Then you can select that bank category, whether it's current account, savings account, fixed deposit or petty cash. And under default payment method, you can select that payment method, whether you are paying mostly from cash, check, credit card or EFT. Then you can enter bank name. Account number, branch name, and you can select the bank account currency. If you have foreign currency account, you can select that currency. And after you change the currency, you can see this symbol will change. And you can enter opening balance. Enter opening balance as a date. And you can enter branch code. Okay, now like this, you can enter your bank account details. And when you are doing in a practical situation, sometimes in same bank you may have more than one bank account. For an example, in Sampath Bank you may have two accounts. In that case, from here bank account name, you can enter Sampath Bank 1, and second account you can enter Sampath Bank 2, or you can enter that account code as a account number as a identification. Then when you select that bank account, from that account number you can select the correct bank account. And also from here you can select that category. whether it's current account, petty cash account, or savings account or fixed deposit. Then there are two options, active and default. Active is if this account is active, you can tick this option, and later if you are inactive this account, you can untick this active tick. Then default is if you tick on this default, when you are select bank transaction, this account will display as default bank account. Now I show you this Sampath Bank Rupee account. I have created as a default bank account. Now if I enter any banking related transaction, this bank account will display as a default bank account. Now here you can see okay, after you enter transactions, this activity you can view. And after you create a bank account or after you enter transactions to that bank account, you cannot change this currency. Okay. After you process any transactions to this bank account, you cannot change this currency. Therefore, when you are creating bank account, please carefully correct this, select this currency. In addition to that, now sometimes when you are in practical situation, you may use post-dated checks, PD checks. In that case, you can use separate bank account for that PD checks. And later, when you are doing bank transactions, we will discuss what are the advantages of that maintaining PD checks, PD check account. Okay. Like this, we can create bank account, and after we create this bank account, we can view that bank account name, account number, balance, those things, and we can customize this grid from here. And you can sort ascending or descending order. Okay, now you can create two bank accounts. Okay, next you can create bank and credit card categories. Go to banking, list bank and credit card categories. From here you can add category. You can create bank and credit card categories now. Okay, next one, quick entry rule. We'll quickly go to this one. From quick entry rule, from here you can enter pay name, then other details will fill by from the system. Now for an example, you will create, if you enter this pay name, we will enter slate, then other. Now here we need to enter who is the payee, then this other detail, description, type, account, these details will fill by the system. Okay, I'll save this. Then I'll go to banking transactions, banking, transaction banking. Then I'll enter that pay name. Now here I entered only slate, then from the system it will fill this other description type or this information like that. You can set that quick entry rules. Now for an example, if you are in apartment, uh, if you are working for an apartment business, in that case sometimes your apartment owners will pay for your utility bills and management fees and those things, and they will mention their apartment number. In that case, now if you want to automate fill that other details, you can create this quick entry rule. Then you can fill that details from the system. System will memorize that details, and when you select that apartment code, system will fill that description and the GL accounts. We will do this again when you are doing this banking transactions. Okay, and next we will move to accounts. From here we create sales, other income, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Okay, last session we have completed up to GL accounts. Today we will start from balance part of that master file creation. Today we will start from fixed asset. Okay, we can maintain our fixed asset from this system, but depreciation not calculate automatically. From here we can create our assets and we can maintain as a fixed asset register. Okay, to create assets, go to company, assets, add an asset. Here we can enter that item description. Then we can create category. If it is motor vehicle, furniture and fittings, then buildings, like that, we can create category here. After that, we can enter that location of that assets. If it is in a head office or whether it's in branch, that location, or if you are if you have only one location, you can add location as your accounts department, then marketing department, like that. If you have only one location, you can create location as departments. Then date of purchase, serial number of that asset, and brought from purchase price, current value, or else if you are newly purchased, you have only purchase price, and if replacement value available, you can enter that replacement value. And also from here, user defined fields, you can add that user defined fields. And from notes, you can enter that notes, or if you have any purchase documents, such as if you are purchasing a motor vehicle, you may have registration book. Those attachments you can add. And also if you are purchasing a motor vehicle, that vehicle renewal, vehicle license renewal, and vehicle emission test, those notes you can add from these notes. Then when action date reads, it will show in dashboard. Then you can create asset categories when you are creating the item, or from asset categories you can create that asset categories. Click add category, enter description and save. And also you can enter asset locations. Click add location, enter description or enter location, and you can save. Okay, like this you can create fixed assets. If you have any questions, you can ask. Or you can take 5 minutes and you can create 2 assets, and you can create that asset categories and asset locations. Okay, next we will move to analysis code. We can use analysis code for, now for an example, if you are if you have branches or if you have departments or projects, you can use this analysis code, and you can generate profit and loss report for analysis code wise. For an example, if you have different departments, when you are entering transactions such as expenses or customer invoices, you can select that department, and you can generate report that department wise profitability report you can generate. And also you can generate transaction report that analysis code wise. Okay, and also if you are in construction industry, you may have different projects or jobs. Then if you want to generate project price profitability report, you can activate this analysis code, and you can when you are entering transactions such as customer invoices, supplier invoices, journal entries, you can select that project or job, and you can generate project wise profitability report. Okay, first you need to create analysis code. Go to company, select analysis code. Sometimes in your screen it will display analysis code 1, analysis code 2, analysis code 3. Then if you have branches, you can select the first analysis code, and you can rename as branch, and you can create branches. Or if your company has department, you can select first analysis code, and you can enter department, and you can enter departments here. By clicking this green color button, you can add your departments. Okay, and if you are using this analysis code, please tick this in use tick box, then it will activate. Okay, you can use 3 types of analysis code, and each analysis code you can enter any number of subcategories, such as if you are entering department, you can enter any number of departments, and if you have projects, you can enter any number of projects in the system. Okay, now I'll show how to enter or how to select that analysis code. Now if you are entering customer transactions, you will take tax invoice. You can select that items, and from here you can select department or job or your analysis code. Okay, and then when you are processing this customer invoice, then this income will go to that particular analysis code. Okay, then when you are entering supplier invoices, you can select that department. Then bank transactions, you can select job from here. In journal entries, you can select that analysis code. Like that, you can select analysis code when you are processing transaction. and you can generate analysis code wise report. Okay, like this, you can generate analysis code wise or profitability report. If you are allocating to any department, it will display here, or if you are not allocating to any department, it will show under uncategorized column. Okay, you can create that analysis code, and when you are processing transaction, if analysis code not available, you can customize it from this customize grid. Click on this analysis code and save. Then in your screen, analysis code will display. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask. Or you can create few analysis codes, and please check in the transactions also. After you enter analysis code, please go to transactions and check whether those analysis codes available. Okay, next we will move to administration. We will create users in the system. In your current system, you have another user, and if you want add more users, first you need to go to administration, my profile, and you can see how many users available. And if you want to increase number of users, you can click this upgrade button. And here under additional users, you can enter number of users, and you can next, and you can finish that upgrade number of users. Or initially you have in your system you have 2 users, you can create another user from now. After you update the number of users, you can create users. Go to administration, manage users, click add user, enter user's first name, last name, email address and telephone numbers, and after that you can save. Or and also if you are creating a accountant for your company, then you can create add accountant, and you can enter accountant's name, and from here user type, you can select this user is my accountant, and you can save. In this user also you can enter notes, and you can save the user. Okay, if you have different email address, you can create that, you can create the user from that different email address. Same email address, you cannot create more than one user. Okay, you can create users from administration, manage users, click add user, enter user details, first name, last name, email address, telephone numbers, and you can save the user. If you are adding your accountant as a user, click add accountant and enter user details, first name, last name, email address, telephone numbers, and you can save. Okay, now you can create user. After that, we will change that user access control. Okay, now you can create users. Okay, next we will move to control user access. Now in your system you have two users. Now we can change user controls. First go to administration, click control user access. From here you can select the user, click on permissions. Now system will display available modules, and you can change that users access control from here. Now you can view that main modules, then you can click this plus mark and drill down that other features, and if you want to allow you can tick this option, and if you want to remove that access from the user, you can untick this option. Okay, now here you can remove that access from each transaction wise, or if you want to remove access to for an entire module, you can untick from here, then entire module access will not grant for that user. Okay, and now we will see that customer transactions. Now from here, now for an example, if you want to allow a particular users access only for creating invoices or creating receipts, you can select that, tick that option only. After that, now for an example, if you want to give permission only create invoices, then you can tick that option, and you can remove or you can untick other options or other modules you can untick. Okay, then this user can do only tax invoices. And also that security purposes, if you want, you can remove this edit customer tax invoice after printed, or edit customer tax invoices. Then users cannot edit transactions after printed or after process. And also now if you are the administrator, you can change these access options from for such an adjust opening balances. It's better if you remove from other users, then other users cannot change that opening balances. Like this, you can change your user permissions. Okay, now you can change, or you can give that access permission to your user, and after that you can log in from that user and check what are the access options available for that particular user. Okay, first you can change some settings of this user, or you can change that access permissions, and after that you can log in from that user and you can check that available user permissions. Okay, after you create the user, your user will receive an email from noreply@sage.com to accept that or confirm the account. After you confirm the account, you can log into that system from that user also. And also, if you have different, more than one company in your system, uh, you need to grant access to that each company wise. Now, for an example, this company has another, this group has another company. Then you can log into that company and go to control user access, and from here you can select that user and you can drag and drop. Okay, then this user can log into this company also. Okay, if you have more than one company, you need to change access permission each company wise. Then you can drag and drop that users from uh, this from user list, and you can change that permissions. Okay, if you have any questions regarding these master file creations, you can ask now. Hope you have practiced that previous session: customer, supplier, item, banking, accounts creation. Okay, now we have completed master file creation. Next, we can move to transactions. First, we will start from supplier transactions. First, we will start supplier purchase order. Okay, to enter supplier purchase order, go to supplier transactions, supplier purchase orders. Okay, from here we can create or add purchase order by clicking this add purchase order. And we can select supplier from here. When you are selecting the supplier, it will display that supplier contact details, balance, credit limit, those things, and document number will display here. Now I think you can remember when you are doing that customers company settings, we have set that document numbers. Company, change company settings, document and statements, document numbers. From here we can set our purchase order number, and if you set number here, from next transaction it will use this number. Okay, then system will display current date, and if you are giving if supplier giving credit period, or if it will calculate that credit period, and if supplier giving any discount, it will display here. Then you can select items from here, selection. You can enter purchase order quantity and price, and you can process the purchase order. If you want, you can email or you can print. And also if you are not purchasing any item, if you want to directly transfer to GL account, you can select account from here and select GL account. And also you can select that analysis code from here. And also if you now if your prices showing exclusive price, if you want, you can change to inclusive price by ticking this use inclusive amount option. From these layouts, you can select a layout, and later we will discuss how to design a layout. You can add, if you want add additional items, you can add by clicking this green plus mark button. And there are two discounts. Now first one is if you enter discount here, it will apply for all line items in this purchase order. And if you want to enter discounts each line item wise, you can enter discount rate or discount discount amount here. There are two discount options. First one is total discount. If you enter discount here, it will apply for all line items in this purchase order, or you can enter each line item wise discount percentage or discount amount. And also if you want to add any notes to this item, you can enter here. And also you can use this message for if you want to add any instructions to this purchase order. Okay, after enter these details, you can save, or if you want to email to supplier, you can click this email, or you can print and send a physical document to the supplier. Okay, now you can enter purchase order. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, you can enter these details, and also if these items, if tax apply for these items, you can select that tax rates. Then system will calculate that taxes. Then we will move to these options. First, we need to save the purchase order. Then I'll open another one. Okay, from these options, you can view that purchase order history when you enter that purchase order. If you have changed or edited this purchase order, you can view that details. If you change any amounts or values, you can view from this purchase order history. Then user-defined fields. If you want to add any user-defined fields to this purchase order, you can enter from here. I think you can remember this from here, company settings. We can set these user-defined fields. Then document attachment. If you want to attach any documents to this purchase order, you can attach, such as that supplier quotation or supplier proposal. You can attach from here. Then document notes. And if your supplier confirm the order, you can change this to confirm. Or if you are canceling this order, you can select this cancel. And from this create invoice, you can convert this purchase order to an invoice. Now, after your supplier sends goods, you can change this purchase order to supplier invoice. And also, if you want to copy save purchase order, you can copy from by clicking this copy purchase order. Okay, now you can check these options. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, then we will move to supplier invoices. Now in purchase orders, there's no any accounting entries. It's just a document. There's no supplier or inventory item updation. Now, if you convert this purchase order to an invoice, then your supplier balance will update and your inventory will update. Okay, from purchase order there's no any accounting transactions, and if you convert this purchase order to an invoice or supplier invoice, then your supplier balance will increase, and your inventory item balance also will increase. Okay, uh, you can enter this supplier invoice from suppliers transactions, supplier invoices, and also we can use this supplier invoice as GRN. uh, when we are entering GRN also, good receive note, that our supplier that item balance will increase, and supplier balance also increase. Go to suppliers transactions, supplier invoice, add supplier invoice. Okay, you can select the supplier from here. When you select the supplier, that you can view that supplier balance, and if your supplier send an invoice, you can enter that supplier invoice number, and you can select that items, and you can process that supplier invoice. Okay, select the supplier from supplier drop down menu, enter supplier invoice, select items and enter quantity and price. After that, you can process the supplier invoice. Okay, okay, assume now you have entered purchase order for this supplier. Then you enter again. You can select the supplier. Then from this purchase orders, you can select the purchase order. Then system will convert that purchase order to invoice, and you don't want to enter that items. System will uh, pop up that purchase order items to this invoice. Okay, you can directly convert that purchase order to invoice, and then you can save this supplier invoice. Or else there's another option. If you already entered an purchase order, you can go to that purchase order list and select that purchase order, click this actions and create invoice. Then you don't want to select that suppliers or items, you can directly process this supplier invoice. Okay, there are three options. First one, go to supplier transactions, supplier invoice, click add supplier invoice, select the supplier, and you can enter that items, quantity and prices. Second option is you can select from purchase orders, and process the supplier invoice. Third option, if you already entered an purchase order, go to purchase orders, click actions, create invoice. Okay, like this, you can enter supplier invoices. When you enter supplier invoices, that inventory will debit and supplier or trade payables will credit. Okay, these are journal entries. Inventory value will debit and trade payables will credit. Okay, now you can enter supplier invoice. Okay, if you are purchasing these items for a particular job or any analysis code, you can select that analysis code from here. And also it's compulsory to enter this supplier invoice number. Without entering this supplier invoice number, you cannot save this supplier invoice. Then we will move to options. You can view the sales history. If you have any return details, you can view from here. Then you can enter user-defined fields. Document attachments, document notes, and if you purchase these items for credit, you can enter anticipated payment dates. If you entered anticipated payment date, it will display on dashboard. Then if you are returning these items to supplier, you can create supplier return, or if you can return and re-invoice, or if you are going to pay for this supplier, you can create payment from here. And also if you want to copy this invoice, you can copy from here. Okay, now you can check these options. Okay, next we will move to supplier returns. We can enter supplier returns from supplier transactions, supplier returns. Click add supplier return. Select the supplier, and from here you can enter that return items, enter quantity and price, and you can process the supplier return. Okay, go to suppliers, transactions, supplier returns, click add supplier return, select the supplier, select return items, enter quantity and price, and after that you can process supplier return. Okay, and also there's another option, and if you are returning full invoice, you can select the supplier here, and from invoice you can select that invoices which you purchase from this supplier. Then it will display all invoices you purchase from this supplier, and you can select that invoice. After that it will display these items in that invoice, and you can process this supplier return. If you want to change, you can change from here. If you want to change the quantity, you can change, and you can process the supplier return. There's another method. Go to supplier invoice list, and click actions, click create supplier return. Then also system will fill these supplier items and supply invoice details. From here also you can return purchase items to the supplier. If you want to change this quantity or price, you can change from here. Okay, like that you can enter supply invoices. First one, go to suppliers, transactions, supplier return, click add supplier return, select the supplier and enter amounts, select items and return quantity and price, or you can select from invoice. Last option is go to supply invoices, select the supply invoice and click actions, click create supplier return. These three methods you can create a supplier return, and if you want to change that quantity, you can change from here. Okay, now you can enter supplier return. Okay, in supplier returns also you can view these options. Supplier return history, user defined fields, document attachments, document notes, and if you want to re-invoice this return, you can re-invoice or you can copy supplier return. Okay, next we will move to supplier payments. Go to suppliers, transactions, supplier payments, click add supplier payment. Select supplier. And when you select the supplier, system will display outstanding invoices of that supplier. You can enter amount here, payment amount. Or if you are paying for invoices, you can still tick these options. Then this payment amount will calculate. Then if you are paying from check, you can enter that check number and you can select the bank account. If you want to add any description to this payment, you can add here. And from here, payment method, you can select the payment method. If you are paying from check, you can select check, and under reference, you can enter that check number. Okay, now you can enter supplier payment. Okay, now assume sometimes if you pay early, your supplier will give discount for you. Now, for an example, for this 250,000 invoice, you are paying early, and that supplier will give you a 10,000 discount. In that case, you can select that invoice and you can enter discount here, and you can change that paid amount to 240,000, and you can process this supplier payment. Okay, if you pay early, or if your supplier giving special discount, uh, you can enter that discount in when you are processing the payment, or if your supplier giving discount, you can enter from when you are entering supplier invoice. And if your supplier giving additional discount after supplier invoice, you can enter that discount when you are processing supplier payment. Okay, such as uh, early settlement discount, those things you can settle from, or you can enter when you are processing the supplier payment. And you can process, so there are two options. You can email uh, detailed payment voucher. You can send a detail or summary, or you can print detailed payment voucher. It will display that invoice wise, supply invoice wise detail, or you can print that summary. Then it will not display that supply invoice wise amounts. It will display only total. Okay, now you can enter that supplier payment. You can check that discount, and if you are paying advance payment to supplier without selecting invoice, you can do the payment. If you are paying advance payment, you can just enter that payment amount, and payment method you can select payment date, uh, check number, and you can select the bank account. If you are paying advance payment, you don't want to select invoices, you can just enter payment amount, and you can process the supplier payment. Okay, in addition to this, from supplier transaction, you can enter supplier payments from this banking also. Go to banking, transaction, banking. Select the bank account, and you can enter the date and change type to supplier. Select supplier here. Enter amount. And from here, you can select that payment, paying invoice. Okay, you can do the supplier payment from this banking module also. Go to banking, transaction, banking, select bank, change type to supplier, select the supplier, enter amount under spent. By clicking this arrow, you can open this outstanding list and you can select that invoice you are going to pay. Okay, after that you can save. And also when you are paying time also, if you want, you can select your analysis code. From here you can select your analysis code. Okay, you can take a couple of minutes and you can check that analysis code, and you can do the payment from banking module. Okay, before next session, if you can please enter a few supplier invoices and supplier payments, then we can do that allocate payments. And if you have any questions, you can ask, and also appreciate if you can give any comments on that speed and that practice time. It will helpful for improve our lecture sessions. And please, if you can give any comment on this speed and practice time, we can improve our lecture sessions. So we will stop for today, and if you have any questions, you can ask now. Okay, next session we will complete this supplier transactions and we will move to supplier reports. If you have any questions, you can ask. And also we will share that user manuals within this week. You can refer that notes also. And also please view the you can go through that session videos also. And if you have any questions, you can ask before the session or after the session. Okay, then thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandra.
Okay, welcome.
For more details, please log into www.pwholdings.lk. Thank you.